They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Quartet got off to decent beginnings. It's Candy is Dandy from an inside post going out for the lead. Montauk Mystique camped down the outside in second. Rose Lisa behind the leader Candy is Dandy in third, and a length back to Hidden Rose, who's in the fourth and trailing position and about 3.5 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, the pace is certainly controlled. Candy is Dandy on top by a length and a half. Montauk Mystique second, first quarter mile, and the casual 25 and a fifth. Rose Lisa in the red blinkers now losing third to Hidden Rose, who's on the extreme outside and 2 lengths off the lead from first to last as they travel up the backstretch and to the half-mile pole. Candy is Dandy doling out the fractions to lead to length. Montauk Mystique's on the outside in second. The opening half in 49 and 3/5. Hidden Rose committed to go 3 wide into the far turn in third, a length and a half off the lead. And Rose Lisa now in the fourth and trailing position. 3 abreast with 3 furlongs to go, and the pace quickens noticeably. Montauk Mystique takes over, but it's Hidden Rose on the outside in a blink of an eye, going from third up into the lead. Montauk Mystique all out in second, as well as Candy is Dandy third, and a few more lengths back to Rose Lisa at the top of the home stretch as they turn into the lane, and it's Hidden Rose. Hidden Rose widens the lead to 5 lengths over Montauk Mystique. Candy is Dandy is in third. Rose Lisa fourth. 16th to go. It's all Hidden Rose. Hidden Rose crushes the competition in here. Hidden Rose by double digits. Montauk Mystique second. Candy is Dandy third. Rose Lisa fourth. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. 30 Oysters as expected, sending out for the lead. Co-conspirator accompanies that one on the outside in second. Ironman Ira's in third. Retail Man towards the inside in fourth. Then it's Gliding a Fleet, who's deep on the course in second last. And Mad Magic's at the tail of the field and about 10 lengths off the lead as they navigate the first turn. 30 Oysters off the inside has the lead. Co-conspirator outside in second. And then it's Retail Man in the red blinkers towards the inside third, a gap of 2. To Ironman Ira in fourth. Then we come back to Gliding a Fleet in second last, who's about 2 lengths in front of Mad Magic, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Up the backstretch they travel. 30 Oysters and Co-Conspirator, no change in the order. It's Retail Man nudged upon to keep up with the leaders in third, and then a space of 3.5 lengths back to Mad Magic, who goes from 6 up into fourth. Gliding a Fleet towards the inside second last, and Iron Man Ira's at the tail of the field as it's Retail Man it takes over from 30 Oysters. Co-Conspirator has no more to offer. Mad Magic's on the outside now up into third, but 8 lengths off the lead. Second last Iron Man Ira, and Gliding a Fleet is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Retail Man's in charge. Retail Man comes off the turn leading by 8 lengths. 30 Oysters is in second. Mad Magic is down the center of the course in third, and many lengths back to Co-Conspirator fourth. As they run to the 16th pole, it's Retail Man. Retail Man crushing this field. Retail Man's going to win by a big distance. Mad Magic rallies for second, 30 Oysters third, and Co-Conspirator fourth. During post time, race 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:56 p.m. And they're off. Not a good start for Racer X. It's Ragtime Prankster who sends out for the lead. Well Suited's in second. Racer X towards the inside third, now up into second. And 3 lengths back to the trailer, and that is Connect the Brox. Up the backstretch, Ragtime Prankster able to clear off by a couple lengths over Racer X, who defers in second. A length and a half further to Well Suited, who's in the third spot, and 2 more lengths to Connect the Brox at the back. First quarter, 23 and a fifth. Ragtime Prankster leads this quartet into the turn. The lead's 2.5. Racer X a clear cut second, well suited third, and 7.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 more lengths back to connect the Brox, who trails the field. As they wind the way to the quarter pole, Ragtime Prankster taken on by Racer X on the outside. Well suited's in third and about 5 lengths off the lead, and connect the Brox is at the tail of the field as they turn into the lane. Ragtime Prankster, Racer X able to go on by Ragtime Prankster at the furlong pole. Well suited down the center of the course, 3 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. Racer X, well suited on the outside. It's Racer X. Racer X prevails over well suited. Then it was Ragtime. $72. Onward to race 4. Race 4 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Merciless Annihilator who accelerates out for the front end. Go Yoshida's on the outside. Blame It On Daddy saving ground towards the rail. Not for Nothing is outside of Blame It On Daddy for fourth. Then 2.5 lengths to Evander Keen, who's about 5 lengths in front of Bull to Run, who's at the tail of the field. As they get ready to transition to the backstretch, 6 furlongs to go. Merciless Annihilator goes to the opening quarter in 24 4/5. Go Yoshida shadows outside in second. Blame It On Daddy in no hurry towards the inside third. 2 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length back. Not for Nothing's in fourth. Then 2.5 lengths to Evander Keen, and a big gap of about 10 to Bull to Run, who trails the field. Merciless Annihilator goes to the opening half in 49 3/5 and has the lead by a little over a length. Go Yoshida stalks outside second. Blame It On Daddy scrubbed upon for more speed, as it's Not for Nothing who's on the outside up into third. 5th place belongs to Evander Keen at about 7.5 lengths off the lead, and many lengths back to Bull to Run, who is at the tail of the field. Go Yoshida taking it to Merciless Annihilator on the turn, and these two are nip and tuck as they reach the top of the stretch, and Go Yoshida able to spurt clear. Go Yoshida with 3/16 to go widens the lead to 5 lengths. Merciless Annihilator cannot keep up. Not for None's on the outside, now up into a joint second. Then 4th place Evander Keen, 16th to go. It's Go Yoshida. Give jockey Cabercoa 2 wins on the card. Go Yoshida with a 2-race win streak. Not for Nothing second. Merciless Annihilator third. Evander Keen 4.88. Pick 3, $134.27. 5th race at Finger Lakes. Put Andre Worry on number 4, Solo Street. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow starts. Stay Frosty, My Friend, and Cryptic Bond. It's Charlie, My Boy, edging out for the lead. Grizz at the gate, closer to the pace today. Almez, Pink Blinkers in third. Solo Street tracks in fourth. A length and a half back to Jamaica Red in fifth. To the outside of Hamilton's Reason, then 4 lengths to Pauper King, who's a length in front of Stay Frosty, My Friend, and then about 8 lengths to the trailer. That's Cryptic Bond, who's at the tail of the field. Grizz at the gate on the point, has the lead by a length. Charlie, My Boy, in chase mode in second. Almez 3 wide third. Solo Street towards the inside in fourth. 2 lengths back, Jamaica Red in fifth and 6 lengths off the lead. Hamilton's Reason and Stay Frosty, My Friend, are next, and 4 lengths to Pauper King. Many lengths back to Cryptic Bond as they turn into the stretch. Grizz at the gate, homeward bound, has the lead by a couple lengths over Charlie, My Boy, all out in second. Solo Street is scraping the paint as it's Stay Frosty, My Friend, on the outside. Stay Frosty, My Friend, hitting his best stride, trying to get the Grizz at the gate, and he'll do exactly that. Stay Frosty, My Friend, rolling home late to beat Grizz at the gate. And then it was Charlie, My Boy, third, and they're off. Hey Pal, Not for Hire, sitting out for the lead. Doha Desert in the 3-path. Caddy Master and Sunday's Currency towards the rail. 5 across the track as they lean into that first turn. Sunday's Currency, Doha Desert, Not for Hire, first, second, and third. And then a length and a half back to Hey Pal, who's in mid-flight in fourth, to the outside of Caddy Master, fifth. A length and a half to So Spirited, who's about a half length in front of New Matthew, and a break of about 7 lengths to the trailer. That is High Yield Hunk. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 seconds, 3 across the track as they race up the backstretch. Sunday's Currency has the lead and the inside. Doha Desert in between horses in second. Not for Hire, 3 wide in third, and a length and a half off the lead. 2.5 lengths back to Hey Pal in fourth to the outside of the gray Caddy Master. Then 3 more lengths to So Spirit, who's 3 parts of a length in front of New Matthew. And then a space of about 8 to High Yield Hunk, who trails. The opening half in 48 seconds. They're on the far turn. Not for Hire from third up into the lead. Sunday's Currency's all in. It's Hey Pal launching and rallying outside in second. Caddy Master is now up into a joint third. Doha Desert drops back, and then it's New Matthew and So Spirit is as they turn into the home stretch. Not for Hire's homeward bound. Caddy Master comes through towards the inside of the challenge. Hey Pal's in third and 2.5 off the lead. A showdown 16th to go between Not for Hire and Caddy Master. Not for Hire continues to find on the front end. Not for Hire, give Navarro 2 on the card. Caddy Master second. Hey Pal third, fourth. Sunday's Currency. And Super $4.38. Pick 4 for a $4, $33.28. 2 race number. And they're off. Hey Pal, Not for Hire setting out for the lead. Doha Desert in the 3-path. Caddy Master and Sunday's Currency towards the rail. 5 across the track as they lean into that first turn. Sunday's Currency, Doha Desert, Not for Hire, first, second, and third. And then a length and a half back to Hey Pal, who's in mid-flight in fourth to the outside of Caddy Master fifth. A length and a half to So Spirited, who's about a half length in front of New Matthew. And a break of about 7 lengths to the trailer. That is High Yield Hunk. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 seconds, 3 across the track as they race up the backstretch. Sunday's Currency has the lead and the inside. Doha Desert in between horses in second. Not for Hire, 3 wide in third, and a length and a half off the lead. 2.5 lengths back to Hey Pal in fourth to the outside of the gray Caddy Master. Then 3 more lengths to So Spirit, who's 3 parts of a length in front of New Matthew. And then a space of about 8 to High Yield Hunk, who trails. The opening half in 48 seconds. They're on the far turn. Not for Hire from third up into the lead. Sunday's Currency's all in. It's Hey Pal launching and rallying outside in second. Caddy Master is now up into a joint third. Doha Desert drops back, and then it's New Matthew and So Spirit is as they turn into the home stretch. Not for Hire's homeward bound. Caddy Master comes through towards the inside of the challenge. Hey Pal's in third and 2.5 off the lead. A showdown 16th to go between Not for Hire and Caddy Master. Not for Hire continues to find on the front end. Not for Hire, give Navarro 2 on the card. Caddy Master second. Hey Pal third, fourth. Sunday's Currency. $20.82, 50-cent try, $13.64, Super $4.38. Pick 4 for a $4, $33. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like an even dispatch. It's Moontown dashing out for the lead. Idle Gossip towards the inside in second. Apollonia Vitelli 3 wide in third as Idle Gossip got off the rail to the 2-path, now contending for the top spot. Fourth place belongs to Irish Jackson to the outside of Mia Nipotina, and 2.5 lengths to Dream On Kara in the 6th in trailing position. 2 distinct flights, about 10 lengths from top to bottom. Moontown on top of Idle Gossip. Apollonia Vitelli, red blinkers outside third, 2.5 off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to Irish Jackson, starting a rally outside fourth, and it's Mia Nipotina, who's a half length in front of Dream On Kara. First quarter, 23 seconds, less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Idle Gossip and Moontown first and second. Apollonia Vitelli under a drive in third. Irish Jackson goes wide in fourth, and it's Dream On Kara as they turn into the stretch. Idle Gossip and Moontown, these two scrimmage for the top spot. Irish Jackson bearing down on the outside in third, and look out for Irish Jackson. Irish Jackson with a fast and furious rally to the outside of Idle Gossip, and then it's Moontown, but it's Irish Jackson. Give jockey Chris Elliott 2 on the card. Idle Gossip second. Then it was Moontown's traditional win, place, and show. 22 minutes to the 8th and final from Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's not over yet. Motors out for the front end. Ari's Magic flashing early speed in second. Johnson Charge outside of him in third. Then 2 lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker, mid-flight in fourth. 3 parts of a length to Redoubtable Ripken of the Red Blinkers, second last, and 2 lengths to St. James in the sixth in trailing position. Up the backstretch, it's not over yet. Goes to the opening quarter in 23 and a fifth. Ari's Magic in pursuit in second. Johnson Chart still outside of him in third. A gap of about 8 lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker in fourth. A length and a half to Redoubtable Ripken, who's to the outside of St. James at the back. 2 distinct flights, 2.5 furlongs to go. It's not over yet. Taken on by Ari's Magic and Johnson Charge. They're outside second and third, then about 10 lengths back to St. James and the others as they have 3/16 to go. It's not over yet, but it's Ari's Magic. Ari's Magic gets that lead from It's Not Over Yet. John's in charge outside second, a length and a half off the lead. Many lengths back to St. James and Redoubtable Ripken, 16th to go. Ari's Magic leads by a length and a half over John's in charge. That's how they'll finish. Ari's Magic in front. John's in charge second. It's Not Over Yet third. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes right now being called good. 52 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, got a jockey change to number 5, 3 captains to Cabercoa. Cabercoa on number 5, 3 captains. Number 2 race on our card. There are no changes and no changes in races 2, 3, or 4. Skip over to race number 5. Race 5, got a scratch of the 10 Khalid's Dream. Number 10 Khalid's Dream, a scratch from the 5th. Race 6, number 7 and Molo has been gelded since his last start. 7th race, jockey change of number 8 Coin Jar to Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu Gutierrez on number 8 Coin Jar. 8th and final, there are no changes. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 50 minutes to race number one. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Had some strange weather today. Not sure what's going to happen here with the rain or not coming rain. I mean, we did get some this morning. The track, when I came in, labeled good. It's kind of on that borderline of drying out, but there's more rain possibly coming. Looking outside, looks like a little bit of a sun shower going on. So not sure how wet the track's going to be. Right now, not too bad. Again, labeled good. They did seal it because there was some chance for some more rain and a real good possibility of getting some more rain later. Yesterday, a lot of logical horses. A few jockeys had good days. There, Chris Elliott, who came in here, had a couple nice wins for a couple good purses. Kevin Navarro going pretty well. He had 2 wins on the card, I believe both for Buckley. And Cabercoa, also with a pretty good day, all with 2 wins. Congratulations to all of them. Now, looking back at last year, we think of the top performers. We had the top trainer and jockey. We gave them awards on opening day. That was Andre Worry and Mike Ferraro. But we are going to award the top horses of last year. I think there was a few of them up for Horse of the Year. I believe it was Z End was one of them. You had, I think King's Leap was in today. That was one of the nominees as well. Good luck to the participants. There's all different categories. You have top $5,000 claimer, top middle allowance horses, and fillies and boys, so on and so forth. Kind of a cool thing that the horsemen like to get awards at the end of the year for the top performer. Now it's into next year. I think we're also going to have a Hall of Fame inductee. That's all for the HPPA, the Horseman Benevolent and Protective Association, are going to put that on. I think it's going to be right here at Finger Lakes. So we'll give you the information next week of all of the winners. Well, let's look at today's card. Yeah, again, going to have to lean towards off track a little bit because it just looks like that's what we're going to get, even though it's not that wet right now. It does have some moisture in it, and there's some chance for more rain. With that said, nobody's really a true off-track lover in the first. I did go with the 3 captains, just leaning towards this as my top choice, just coming out of the best race. I mean, the race was won by Blamaker, and when Blamaker races here and wins, he does it in a fast time, every time. You know, it's that 57 and change. That'll probably hold up as fastest time of the year. He had the fastest 5.5 furlongs last year, I believe it was. But outdueled Squire Creek. Nope, they didn't really come back. They ran 1-2 around the racetrack. And kind of Janseen just held the 3rd position, and this one did maybe beat a horse for 4th, but they just didn't come back. That was the big thing. This horse was facing some pretty decent competition at Parks. That was after being claimed in February. This horse is still eligible for starter conditions. So would like that spot for him. But he does drop a notch in class here. And I'm going to lean towards him as my top choice. Mainly because, well, number one, the Institute hasn't been out. It's his first start of the year. He likes an off track. And Scaramanga, he's 0 for 4 in the wet, but he's a Munnings horse, so I think he'll be okay on it. And he comes out of the Bustin' Away race. But I use the Institute for second, only because maybe he needs a race. We'll see. Usually Mike Ferraro horses don't need a race. He trains them in the shape instead of racing them in the shape. And this one does show a good work on May 20th. He won for 11. He's been a giant killer. He's been a couple good ones over the last couple of years. I believe it was Jack and Bernie who was the only one that defeated that horse. But he was running into horses like that, Jack and Bernie, Runaway Joke, some of the best sprinters on the grounds the Institute's been up against. And of course, he did the smart thing. Smart trainers do this. They drop them a notch in class at the end of the year so they could come back at a lower level. If they could jam them in at the end, here you are again, running again for 11. I like the move. He's got to play. He gets a lot of seconds anyway because of his running style. And it depends on how this track plays as far as who's the speed, who's the closers. There's really not a lot of speed in race number one. And that's kind of the issue here. Who really is the speed of the race? I mean, Scaramanga has shown a little bit of speed. Maybe he is. Monomoy Beach maybe will flash some speed. I would think one of those two might be able to set the way in the 6 furlong race, but I wouldn't expect a very fast pace. And that might compromise the Institute a little bit because of the lack of pace in race number one. Scaramanga could be one of the couple that do have some tactical speed. Nobody's really got a lot of speed. I mean, Monomoy Beach doesn't really have any speed, but he may flash enough to get ahead of these horses. The Scaramanga is the other one. I mean, he's at least up close with Bustin' Away last time before fading. You'd think that maybe he could get the lead under an aggressive rider, Oscar Gomez. I can see Scaramanga do that, and if front speed's good, even though it's a little further of a sprint for Finger Lakes at 6 furlongs, when you can control the pace, that makes you so much tougher. I'm going to go with 5-3-2. But the race really is pace dependent and how these horses handle the track. All right, we're going to go a mile for race number 2. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer. And you got some serious drop downs in here. I mean, they're dropping not just one level drop. You got half of the field, 3 of the 6 horses dropping out of maiden special weight all the way down to 5,000. You got to think it's probably one of those horses that are dropping. But distance has got to play into this too. I mean, you got to realize some of these horses are stretching out for the first time this year. Some of them do have some route experience. Plex is stretching out for the first time at Finger Lakes. I mean, the longest this horse has been, let's see, go back to May. Wasn't that long ago? Oh, that's May of last year, 7 furlongs. So this horse has been primarily sprints this year. So I would think the only question mark with Plex would be the added distance, because the form at maiden special weight, this horse ran second against maiden special weights, and that was a good race. Lord King won that race, and there wasn't much speed in there. He just kind of chased at 5 furlongs. The last race was never really involved, but got caught wide in that race. Get some serious class relief dropping to 5. I say that, but half the field is dropping to 5 as well. You got Solo Flight, another one that drops. You really got to forgive the last race, which was a mile. Maybe needed the mile. I mean, what can you say? He had 2 sprints and then to the route. And he did have a route and a mile at Aqueduct, so I don't know if you can use that excuse. He just didn't fire. And that's a concern. Now, if there's other variables why he didn't fire, he's going to be too tough for 5,000. If he's going the wrong direction, you could beat him. But if this horse runs back to his previous sprint races before trying the mile, only can carry that form going a mile, he's going to be awfully tough to handle at 5,000. It is concerning that he ran so badly in his last race. I mean, he was never in the race, never involved. I don't know. That's that's the tricky one, is Solo Flight in this race. The Brown Egg is also dropping. Probably a horse that belongs at this level. He is by Big Brown, so the route should not be an issue. They're going to try adding blinkers to this horse, first time blinkers, after really not showing anything in his first two career starts. He gets some serious class relief as well. And those are the three that are dropping. So I'm going to take the half the field that are dropping in class from maiden special weights to 5 as my top 3 in race number 2. You got to think that they're going to overpower these. Now, Same Old Story was running against better maiden special weights, maiden claimers in New York, but tried 5,000 last time and nothing. So stays at the level, but does add Lasix for this race, so it could be another one to consider in race number 2. Pretty tough race for the level. At least when you got all these drop downs running for 5. Okay, third race, an 11-9 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Really like the move by Don't Lose Cruise. And I'm surprised a lot of horses, owners, trainers don't do this move. I mean, you get a horse from New York for 10,000. You could come here and run in the 11-9 if you get a couple months layoff and run them in for the waiver claim protected. I don't see the move done that much. I guess I don't want to tip off anybody of what is how to play the game. I think most of these people who played the game for a long time, they know how to do it, including Anthony Ferraro. But this horse is shooting bullets. And I think this horse is better than these horses. At least he was when he was before. He had a tendency to run second a lot, but he was running second against some good horses. I mean, you look at some of the horses he's been up against. Bustin' Away, Pompous Prince. You got Z-Bear, who was going pretty well at the time for Patine. Those are some really good sprinters and routers, and this horse could do either. He could go long, he could go short. 6 furlongs isn't a problem. He's 8 for 15 in the top 2, going 3/4. You look at the works in the morning, this horse is returning, and he's able to return protected. So I don't have a problem with him running at the 11-9. He was doing that purposely because he is protected, and I like his chances today. Prince of Truth I used for second. He comes out of the Bustin' Away race. Looked like he was going to be in position to win the race. He was in position to win the race. They just didn't come back. The track was favoring speed a little bit. And Bustin' Away was out there. Puckish made an early move. Looked like they were battling down the stretch. And here's Prince of Truth just stalking the prey right there in third. And it looked like he should have made a move to go catch him. Just didn't. It was only 5 furlongs. So he is going to get an extra furlong today. Shouldn't have any trouble with the off track. I know he's 0 for 4 on the off, but he isn't into mischief. They usually don't mind the off track. I'm going to use him second. He's got it. Takes a drop in class and probably needed the last race. He was off a long time from July to May. Question is, does he need another? I mean, sometimes it takes him a couple races off of that long of a layoff. But he's getting some class relief, if you want to say that. I thought the race came up pretty tough for an 11-9 claimer. But another one to consider using in race number 3, and is going to get a lot of play just because of that drop. Not that he showed that much that race. Didn't break all that sharp, but never really made a move. Was just overmatched. That was a pretty strong allowance group that he was up against. All right, the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Yeah, I'm going to basically take these kind of a 2-speed number in a sense. I don't know if 2:30 a.m. is fast enough in a sprint to go with Squire Creek, so it might be just Squire Creek on the front end, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for when picking Squire Creek on top, is that this horse can get the clear lead over 2:30 a.m. and then Prince of Dance sitting third could pass the other one and make a good race of it. But Squire Creek's been knocking at the door, and he ran into a couple real good ones to start off the season, including what I just mentioned, Blamaker. And he gave Blamaker a little bit of a battle that day. I mean, he was out there with that horse, and it wasn't like he got real tired. He just wasn't quite as fast as Blamaker. He's a lot faster than the rest of them. And the only reason some of the other horses were closing is because he had to battle a little bit and then chasing that rival. He started to get a little bit tired late, but still held the second position. No such rival as Blamiker in this race that's going to do a 57 for 5 furlongs. Today, it's Squire Creek on the front end going 3/4, where 2 of his 3 wins have been at 6 furlongs. He's just got to be able to get that lead, and depending on how much pressure he gets from 2:30 a.m., that could be the key to the race. Got him on top, and that would certainly help Prince of Dance if 2:30 a.m. has enough sprint speed to go with that horse, and he does. I mean, he's got sprint speed. I don't know if he's quite as fast as Squire Creek when Squire Creek's on his game, but he certainly could be a nuisance if he plays presser, and it could put Prince of Dance in a perfect position sitting right off of that speed. And Prince of Dance is looking for 3 in a row. This horse is going good right now. Beat Not For Hire. Remember, Not For Hire finished second twice in a row and just broke through with a victory last time against 2 next down winners. So that was a good race of Prince of Dance. Beat a pretty decent field last time as well. This horse is just sharp. Going a little bit further each time. Goes 4.5, 5.5 to 6 furlongs today. Never won at the distance, but I think with the trip that he's going to get, all he's got to do is sit and make one run if Squire Creek's pressed. If Squire Creek gets out there alone, he may have a tough time chasing that horse down. Now, when you look at off tracks, and that's what we are looking at, an off track, probably for the 4th race, probably the horse that steps up the most, or has stepped up the most record-wise, well, Keggs has done pretty good on it too, but Jansen, this might give Julie Pearson her first win. She's just, the trainer's knocking at the door lately. But Jansen ran a big race last time. Was off a layoff, came in against Squire Creek and Blamiker, and yeah, wasn't in any position to win, wasn't a threat to win, but ran a bang-up race. Horse ran great. And then you look at the off-track record. Overall, this horse has got a lot more seconds than first. So he's definitely an underneath type. But maybe with the off-track, that could be an equalizer for him. But even with the off-track, he's got a lot more seconds than first. But when you look at 5 starts and all 5 times you're in the top 2 on an off-track, you don't mind it. The problem is all of them are seconds, and that's just because this horse likes to finish second. Alfgar's another one with some good off-track breeding that likes to get second a lot. Tried him on the turf. He actually ran pretty decently on the turf if you look at his last 2 starts. He's not that badly beaten in those turf races. He's done well here, but not necessarily at this distance. That was my only issue with Alfgar, is the distance. Now, the off-track record is misleading. It says he's only 1 for 4, but his best lifetime buyer is on an off-track. He doesn't mind it at all. Obviously there's other variables involved, and he's used to going a little bit further than 6 furlongs. So to me, the distance was the main issue if you're backing Alfgar. He certainly looks like he might have a good pace to chase. You look at this whole race, though, the conditions, non-winners of a race since a date or never won 4, they're all in for the never won 4 with the exception of Keegs, however you want to say it. I don't know if he's going to get the right kind of trip from that positioning, but he also comes out of that pretty good race won by, this time, yes. You can make a case for a few of them in race number 4. Wide open 5th. Starts the late pick 4. Remember, the pick 5, that late one starts in the 4th. We had a big scratch. And I say that because there wasn't a lot of pace in this race to begin with. Callie's Dream, even though he had a 10 post, looked like the speed of the race, even from that position. That one's out, and you just got to ask yourself, where's the speed coming from? Because even with 9 horses left, there isn't a ton in here. I know America's Justice has some sprint speed. He could get out there. Looking Super's got a little bit of speed to be up close, and so does Revivalism and Buck Wild, but not one of them is really a true speed horse. Maybe Buck Wild shoots out there. He likes an off track. But look at Super won't be that far behind. And you look at a horse that had some trouble. Not sure what he was trying to do in that race, to be honest with you. They went 23 for the first, or 22 and change for the first quarter. They did go quick to the half, and he was in perfect position right behind Callie's Dream that he was going to win the race. And problem was he's trying to come up the inside, and Callie's Dream is making it tight. And he took so long before he finally tipped out because he thought he could get up in there, but Callie's Dream's bothering him. He's making it tight, race riding a little bit. And by the time Looking Super's trying to look to tip out, it was too late, and he lost all his momentum and actually backed up a little bit. And I think with a better, cleaner trip, this horse could be awfully tough. And he doesn't mind it off track. That race was in the slop. It wasn't the off track that beat him. It was more of the racing luck late in the game. I'll use him on top. Revivalism got one of the best numbers for the off track in the race. I think Tommy the Torch would be the true off track lover, but Revivalism's got a good number. A 408 Tomlinson, and does have a win on an off track as well. A recent win in the mud in a 3 lifetime 5,000. It was a decent field that he beat, and that was at the end of the year when he was jamming in to come back for the waiver claim. Smart move. Comes out of the same race. No real excuse except for maybe he needed the race. You just got to hope the slop didn't beat him. No, not sure about now. You're going to get a blinker change on this horse. Now, looking back, he did break his maiden with the blinkers, but wasn't a very good field, and it was a low number. Shortly after they took the blinkers off, and every other win that he's had, the other 2 wins, have been without the blinkers and with better numbers than he had when he was a maiden running with the blinkers. But it changes. That's one of the things with this game. Some of these horses, they get a little older, they lose their focus a little bit, have to change up, they get different habits. So a lot of times trainers might still go back to an equipment change, and maybe that's the case here. Otherwise, I don't like the equipment change when you look at the numbers, how well he did without the blinkers versus with it. But sometimes also the blinkers put a little more focus into the horse, and that might be good when you're talking about a race that doesn't have a lot of pace. Sometimes they have a little more aggression early, a little more focus, and that could put him out on the front line, which actually might help Revivalism. We'll see. I will use him for second regardless because he was running against a lot tougher last year. I got a long shot for third. Not just a long shot, a horse that's 20-1 morning line. And I know the horse wants to go long. Talking about America's Justice, but some of his sprint races last year, early in the year, weren't that bad. Weren't that bad at all. So well, actually, I'm thinking of the year before. See, I've been here too long. The 2024, early in the year, they weren't that bad. He was in the top 4 or whatever, and then tried going long, and he's a better horse going long. It just seemed like last year he wasn't the same horse, and that's a problem. But, you know, he only made 5 starts in 2025 overall, just 5. And he was off of a very long layoff. I said 25. I'm going back to 2023 is what I was talking about, the sprint races. Yeah, he hadn't run since December of 2023 when he came back in 2025, and he actually ran okay. But lightly raced, and now comes back in 2026 with some good works. I mean, that maybe this horse could be better this year than last year. And he's certainly got the breeding. When you talk about a horse, he's got a Triple Crown winner and American Pharoah. I like this horse overall anyway. I think you give him a sprint and stretch him out, he's going to win for 5,000 in a route. But I actually think he's got a big chance in here, especially with the lack of pace. He's more of a speed router. I don't know if he's got enough sprint speed to get the front in here, but I think the lack of pace is going to help him in the sprint because he could get out there, and he's outside of horses, so it's not like even if somebody comes and shuts the door, he gets the dirt in his face. He could be outside on that front line and see in front of him. See, I like to go in the passing lane, even if I'm in the throughway, just so there's not a horse in front of me, or a car in front of me. You know I've worked at the track too long. America's Justice I got for third. Tommy the Torch, I'm going to throw it for fourth because of the off track. I don't really like his last race in the slop, but he ran okay. I thought he'd show a little more speed than what he did. I think he's lost some of his speed. He's getting a little older. We all are. He's at age 9. I think he hit the board in a stake early in his career, and he was running against better early in his career for John Tebbett. But at 6 furlongs today, because of the off track, he also likes this distance. This is Tommy the Torch distance. So there's some things to like, and if he can find his old speed, he could be more of a factor in here as well. But overall, just because it's an off track, I'm going to throw him in the number anyway. So I'll go with these 6, 4, 9, and 7 in a pretty contentious 5th race. I feel like I'm in slow motion over there, but I think it's my TV. 6th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, bottom maiden going 5.5 furlongs. Very tricky race. You got a big drop down in the 6th. Twisted Banker, and this trainer has not failed. He won again yesterday, so now a perfect 3 for 3 is Robert Falcone. He won the race with Chris Elliott. Got Ray Lou today, but the big thing is the drop in class. Now the dam herself, she was 1 for 1 on an off track on muddy, sloppy tracks. It's usually the stats that I get. So the off track shouldn't be a problem for Twisted Banker. And the drop in class, we got a guy that's 3 for 3, he might be padding his stats. But sometimes when it looks too good to be true, usually is. We'll find out. He's Midnight Masoon for 2nd. This horse should have won last time. I'm not sure what happened there late. Tried to make one run, I think, and just came up short. Probably should have won. Was trying to close wide. But still, it was a good race. This horse has been improving. And I think the more distance, the better. I think that's part of the reason he is improving. He's going from 4.5 to 5 to 5.5. Stays at 5.5 today. You would think 6 furlongs would be, this horse is by Yoshida. I think 6 furlongs would probably be the distance for this horse. But at least 5.5 is better than 5 and 4.5. And you see when he made the one run, he almost got there. Definitely plays off the last race, one way or the other. The firster is the 2, Let's Find Gold. Gonna throw him in there. Obviously, I don't like first-time starters running for 5, but here at Finger Lakes, they actually do pretty well. And this barn has done well with 5,000. My whole thing is, if the horse had any kind of run, why don't you try him in at least a maiden special weight for the purse at least once? So to me, it means they've kind of given up on the horse as far as getting that big purse in the maiden race, or just isn't quite ready yet, or whatever the reason. It's a McLean's music running for 5,000. Could be much the best, could run down the track. That's what you get with these kind of first-time starters, because on paper he should be able to be, the breeding should be able to compete against maiden special weights. So maybe not the most positive sign that he's starting for 5. It's the first foal out of that dam who was the stakes winner. Throwing the 5, Runaway Roscoe. Yeah, he had a little bit of a mishap, to say the least, early in the race. What does the comment say? Ducked in, shoot. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He just, he's about to go towards that gap, and then there's that safety rail that's there. He ducked in and jumped the rail. I mean, this horse could probably be a steeplechase or a jump horse, or one of those eventing horses later in his career. So when he decides to retire, maybe he could find another career as a jump horse, because that's exactly what he did at the beginning of the race. Wasn't good for me because I liked the horse because I thought he was going to be the speed in a paceless race. Well, when you're doing that, you're not going to show speed. At least he's not on the rail today, so would think he'd be closer. I'm going to go the 6-3, 2-5 in race number 6. Now, we've had horses that, we have a great retirement program here at Finger Lakes, probably the best in the country when it comes to the horses with the retired horses. We have multiple organizations that do it, and we have a center that's right here on track. If you're here on track, you know about the Purple Haze Center, and those horses live better than I do. I shouldn't say much, but those horses are well taken care of over there in the Purple Haze Center, and they've had second careers. And where I was going with that was we've had horses that have done well in eventing, equestrian competition. I think we had one that even went to the Olympics. That Courageous Comet, I believe, was the national champion. that was an original racehorse here, and then became a national champion in those eventing equestrian competitions. So I don't know how many years ago that was, probably early 2000s. But pretty cool thought, because we do have a lot of horses that get adopted and then do have other careers. Yeah, so maybe that could be one of them. All right, seventh race, a 30,000 optional claiming allowance. So you'd expect some of the better sprinters. And the great thing about the $30,000 and the purse is 29,000. I don't know how many are in for the tag here. It looks like Coin Jar and Can You Hear Me Running, which Pan Man will tell me is a Genesis song. But it's a pretty decent purse, and the big thing is you can run with Lasix. When you run in for the 50,000 purses for the stakes, it's a little more money. You get 30,000 for the 60%, but you have to run without Lasix. Not every horse wants to do that. I'm going to go with Scotchatory, coming off a good looking performance last time. This horse was off the layoff, and it was a professional victory. This horse got in, I think it was a dead heat with busting away. Too tough to call, but was much better than the rest of them. The two of them were anyway. But the fact that he was right there with busting away, there wasn't a lot of speed in the race. So I thought it was a real good looking victory, even though it wasn't a true victory, I should say, because of the dead heat. But he didn't break all that sharp to begin with, but I thought the race horse ran pretty big. I'll go the 3 Hey Hey Harry for second at a price. This horse is 8-1, but the one thing you say about Hey Hey Harry, he always ran well against his competition last year, whether he's first, second, or third, or whatever. Yeah, always right there. I believe it was in October. We had a great camera shot of Murphy. A little bit of disappointment there in that race, but this horse did come back to win at the end of the year on a muddy racetrack in a 3 state bred allowance. Those are good fields that this horse has been up against. You know, you got Pompous Prince, Coin Jar, Scoot Daddy's a real nice horse. And he's run. Banker Blaney was one of the top horses in the spring. That was back in July of last year. I think the horse was undefeated at the time. So Hey Hey Harry has run against some of the top horses and has made a good account of himself. I'm going to use him in the top 3, and he's 8-1. Pompous Prince is a late runner. Again, all depends on how this track's playing, because Crypto Causeway, you can say the same thing for. Crypto Causeway likes to sit back and make a run, kind of at the mercy of the pace, and the same thing lately with Pompous Prince. He used to be a little bit closer, but get a little older at 6, and he just doesn't have any early speed anymore. But you see, he put in a late run, ran third, behind Bustin' Away and Scotchatory in that race. Any improvement puts him closer, and he doesn't mind an off track. King's Leap, I think that one is up for Horse of the Year. Ran third in the New York Derby, and had, what, he had 5 wins last year, and always ran against some good competition. You know, he did get a little bit of, I don't want to say the word lazy, but he likes to play around late, and Perez was pretty good with this horse as far as getting some late run to keep his focus. Got a different rider today. I'm sure he's learned the horse, but yeah, that's the thing with King's Leap, and don't really like him in a sprint because of that. But see if he's got a little punch late. Obviously, he's got some talent for the success that he had last year. Okay, go to the 8th, and it's 11-9 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Start out with Observer for former top rider John Grabowski. This one's coming off a 3rd place finish. Celtic Ledger got away. Celtic Ledger is one of those horses that I don't know how got overlooked, was a good price in there, coming from New York, and she whistled. Everybody else was trying to rally. They overbet this horse, and she actually did run well. Just because they go off as a beaten favorite doesn't mean they deserve to be the favorite. I think the public overlooked the other ones. But Observer's making her 2nd start off the layoff. Any improvement, she could beat this field. Today's the day you probably should bet her. So Funny Forecast is the main threat. She's been a beaten favorite the last 2. Again, probably overbet. She was coming off a layoff since July. One of the things I noticed about Finger Lakes is these horses off the layoff, they take a little more money than they should. And you got to take that into consideration that they may need a race. This is a practical joke. Does like an off track. Second start off the layoff. I could see some big improvement for Funny Forecasts. North Starlight's the new face. Doesn't show anything in 2 starts. Probably wants to go longer. That's one of the reasons. It's going 6 furlongs today. So I don't like the distance, but he is dropping in class to the 11-9. Peruvian Princess I'll use for 4th. Only ran twice as a 2-year-old. She did run pretty good in her debut, and her next start with blinkers, she didn't fare as well. Maybe didn't want to be inside, but she's making her first start as a 3-year-old, and it could be night and day whether she improves or she doesn't run as well. But I think 11-9 might be a good spot for some of these 2-year-olds making their first start as a 3-year-old. So enjoy today's card. Those are my picks for today. Hope you do well with yours, but keep an eye on the weather because it really will be a factor in the track edition if the rain they're calling for does actually come down. I know we got a little moisture in the track now. We got it labeled good, but keep an eye on it. We are done with live racing for this week. We are going to continue live racing next week, Monday through Wednesday. Monday will be at 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Double Shot with Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Scaramanga and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, The Institute, Luis Perez. Number 4, we'll go to the 5. 4 will be out last. 3 Captains and Cabercoa, the jockey change. Number 6 is Nutsy, Nasario Alvarado. And there's the 4, Monomoy Beach. And Joel Cruz. Track listed as good for the opener. First race in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Wednesday. A little bit of rain overnight. Track at Finger Lakes for the opener is good. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Condition claiming race. 6 to 5, number 3, the Institute. The Institute going up and in Monomoy Beach. 3 captains and Nutsy. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Sluggish start there for 3 captains who's last. It's Monomoy Beach and Nutsy. These two accelerate out for the front end. Scaramenga improving up the inside third. The Institute outside of him in fourth. A length and a half to 3 captains outside in fifth, and 4 lengths to Double Shot, who's in the sixth in trailing position. Monomoy Beach to the half-mile pole in front by a half length over Nutsy in second, and then a length and a half back to 3 captains trying to improve on the outside of the Institute, third and fourth. 3 more lengths back to Scaramenga, who's 2 lengths in front of Double Shot, who trails. First quarter mile, 23 and 4/5. They're on the turn. Nutsy has headed Monomoy Beach at this point in time. It's 3 captains on the outside in third. The Institute still within striking range in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Double Shots out of last as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Nutsy in the red blinkers with a slender lead over Monomoy Beach, who's not giving up, as it's 3 captains on the outside. Then it's the Institute. Double Shot getting into the race late on the extreme outside, 3 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. It's Nutsy with the lead. 3 captains to the outside. Nutsy, 3 captains. Nutsy wins over 3 captains. Double Shot third. The Institute fourth. Six five one three, number 6 Nutsy first. 6 furlongs, 111.99. To the winner's circle, Nutsy. 12th career win, 2 wins in a row for this Kentucky bred. 8-year-old dark brown gelding by Exaggerator at a Special Dream. Ilmar Loaiza, the owner and trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. White Fox Farm bred Nutsy. 5-1 mini upset. Nutsy pays $12.32 to win. Exacta $40.70. Trifecta $80.10. Super $26.34. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time, race 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:25 p.m. Had a claim in the first race. Number 5, 3 Captains, was claimed. New owner Dale Icaboni. Stacy Torelli, new trainer. 3 Captains claimed out of the first.
We're coming up on race number 2, and Nutsy starting off the season sharp, liking the off tracks. He's won 2 in a row, both on off tracks. That one coming up in class to beat the 11 and 9s. Naz had him in good position, pressing or chasing the pace, however you want to look at it. And of Monomoy Beach was able to wear that one down and somehow held off 3 captains who looked like he was going to go by him at any time. But Nutsy, razor sharp for Ilmar Loaiza. Naz Alvarado aboard for the victory. All right, this is a 5,000 maiden claimer. It goes a distance of a mile. And one of the things, like I said earlier, half of the field, 3 out of the 6 rivals, are actually taking a big drop in class. All 3 of them ran against maiden special weights, and now they're in for the bottom. And then you got a horse like Same Old Story, who ran against maiden special weight a couple starts ago. So the race comes up tough as far as horses with good resumes and higher class races. The 3-horse Plex for trainer Dana Saul takes that big drop in class. He ran second behind Next Style winner Lord King, going 5 furlongs in his first race over the track. Didn't fire as well last time and now takes a drop. But he did get caught wide that race. You got to think the class relief's going to help this horse. And he's co-favorite right now at 9-5. The Brown Egg is the one. One thing you say about the Brown Egg is he's got a lot of room to improve. He's only making his 3rd career start. His first start was in New York in April. Didn't show too much. Added Lasix last time against our special weights. Didn't show too much. And now gets some class relief. Also, they're going to try adding blinkers. See if that helps as well from the rail. That was a mile race last time. Maybe with the blinkers on, drawing the rail, this horse may try to be a little bit aggressive from the rail and go out there with Renaissance Man, who's the one who's expected to be the speed of the race. Brown Egg at odds of 2-1. Solo Flight is the other one that's dropping from the special weights to the 5. But his last race is absolutely horrible. Not sure what went awry in the last race. If you could forgive it, draw a line through it. Obviously, you could use him today on the drop, but maybe that's the reason he is dropping, because he ran so poorly. His previous 2 sprint races aren't that bad. I think the fact that they got him in a route race for 5,000 is a positive sign that the problem wasn't the distance. There was some other variables to why the horse ran bad last time. But the class relief should certainly help his chances. Mentioned the 5 Renaissance Man is the speed of the race, stretching out to the mile. Question is, how far will this one go? I mean, he is taking the blinkers off for this race. He's run with blinkers off in the past. And he's also ran pretty decently in the route. When he got the lead in the route back in October, he actually held on pretty well to be 3rd at odds of 25-1. Switches to Jackie today, and the only thing and the only negative I got on Renaissance Man is the breeding for the off track. This horse just doesn't have very good breeding for off track. He's only had 2 starts on it and was nowhere to be found in either of those off track races. Not only just finished off the board, but this horse was many, many lengths behind on the off track. So that's the main concern with Renaissance Man. He might have a tactical advantage of being the speed, but he's just got a horrible record on an off track unless he could turn that around. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 2nd. You got 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track. Race number 2 at Finger Lakes. Number 1, the Brown Egg and Luis Perez. Number 2, King Royale and Stephen Fred. Number 3, Plex Jose Baez. Number 4, Same Old Story, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Renaissance Man, Jackie Davis. And number 6, Solo Flight, Caber Koa in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go a mile. Big favorite 1 to 4. Number 3 Plex. Plex dropping down to his lowest class level. 2 to 5 on him. 4 to 1 on number 1, the Brown Egg. 2 favorites already in line. 3 more left to load. Same old story. Renaissance Man and Solo Flight. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's King Royale who rushes out for the lead. Renaissance Man, Solo Flight. Here's Plex, who didn't get off to the greatest beginning in the world, but now is contending for the top spot 3 wide. The Brown Egg able to scoot through at the fence, and the Brown Egg has the lead over King Royale and Plex outside second and third. 2 more lengths back to Renaissance Man, mid-flight in fourth, and a length in front of Same Old Story, and a margin of 3.5 lengths to Solo Flight, who trails the field. As they transition to the backstretch, it's the Brown Egg doling out the fractions, has the lead by 2.5. Over Plex outside in second. King Royale towards the inside in third. A half length back to Renaissance Man in a stalking position in fourth. Able to split rivals is Renaissance Man going from fourth up into second. Second last, that is Same Old Story, who's about 5 lengths in front of Solo Flight, who trails. The half in 48 4/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. The Brown Egg, Renaissance Man challenging on the outside. Plex is 3 wide in third. Then 2 lengths back to Same Old Story as King Royale drops back and Solo Flight trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Renaissance Man taken on by Plex on the outside. The early pace setter, the Brown Egg, relegated back to third. Same Old Story outside fourth. The other two are way far back as they got 3/16 to go, and Plex takes over. Plex takes over from Renaissance Man. The Brown Egg is in third. Same Old Story outside in fourth as they run to the 16th pole. Plex leads by 3 parts of a length over Renaissance Man in second. They come down to the winning line. It's Plex, Plex, and Renaissance Man. Plex holds over Renaissance Man. Then it was the Brown Egg and Same Old Story. Photo finish for the win. Stewart's opposed to the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the stretch run. Time for the mile, 142.42. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 3, Plex, has been disqualified from first and placed second for interference to the 5, Renaissance Man, in deep stretch. Stewart's ruled that the 3, Plex, comes over onto the 5, Renaissance Man, enough to warrant a disqualification. Flip the top 2. It's now 5-3-1-4. Renaissance Man, New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut colt by Free Drop Billy out of Melania's Girl. Caitlin Gutterson, owner trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Let's take a look at the pan shot. 3, Plex on the lead. Renaissance Man in the towards the rail, coming over right there. Harder to see from the pan shot. We'll give you the head-on shot. Once again, Plex, blue silks, Renaissance Man, green cap, worn by Davis. As you can see right there, Plex, Baez took a peek back there, came over onto the path of the 5, Renaissance Man. That's the reason for the DQ. $18.74 the winning mutual, double $146.94, exacta $33.42, trifecta $30.95, dime super $19.69. Third race at Finger Lakes, no changes, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. There's a pick 4 that starts in race number 3. Post time in 17 minutes at 1:57 p.m.
All right, get ready for race number 3, and the second race was decided by the stewards as uh, Plex was DQ'd, and Renaissance Man put up for the victory. Jackie Davis gets the win for owner-trainer Caitlin Gutterson. All right, third race, 11-9 claimer. Now where's the race since the date? Never won 4 or 3-year-olds. Goes 6 furlongs. Start with Don't Lose Cruz. Been facing so much tougher during his career. Smart move here. They dropped to 10 and now come back for the waiver claim, being eligible for the 11-9, the beaten 11-9 for the waiver claim. So this is a much easier spot for Don't Lose Cruz. And this horse is shooting bullets. Nothing but bullets in the morning. So he's getting ready for his return. He's protected, so it doesn't matter that he's running for this tag. And he's running against some tough customers in the past. Obvious contender, and he's at odds of 2-1, probable favorite. Prince of Truth is the main threat. Prince of Truth, 3 straight in the money finishes against some pretty good competition. Now he's losing his fitness edge on his rivals here. He only had the 1 start this season after coming in from New York and ran well. He was in position. They just didn't come back to him. Busted away and puckish. Just battled all through the stretch. And it's like he was in the stalk and pounce position, but he just didn't pick him up at 5 furlongs. He gets an extra furlong today, going 3/4. Might give him a chance. He's Got It would be the other rival to consider, just on company kept. He was facing allowance horses in New York, tried a much tougher allowance field last time. Wasn't competitive, but probably needed the race, being off since July of last year. So would expect this horse to be sharper, and he's got the numbers in those allowance races in New York to beat these. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3 and pick 4 starts in the third. You got 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is He's Got It and Cabercoa. Number 2 is Don't Lose Cruz and Luis Perez. Number 3 is Royal Suspect, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Solo's Fury and JM Rohina. Number 5, Prince of Truth and Jose Baez. And number 6, Starship Tango, Jackie Davis. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs, 7 to 5 on number 5, Prince of Truth. Royal Suspect going in. Solo's Fury. Prince of Truth and Starship Tango. Starship Tango to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. They broke in a perfect line. It's Prince of Truth who jets out for the front end. Solo's Fury flashing early speed. Don't Lose Cruise fouls that one up the inside third, a length and a half off the lead. 2 lengths back to Royal Suspect, who's in a tracking fourth, and then a half length back to Starship Tango. He's got it. It's in a 6th and trailing position. Solo's Fury to the half-mile pole in front by a neck over Prince of Truth, who rates outside second. Don't Lose Cruise, now 4 lengths off the lead in third. Royal Suspect outside of him in fourth. Then 2 more lengths back to Starship Tango out of last. He's got it now, trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. And it's Prince of Truth on even terms with Solo's Fury. They're clear by 5. Don't Lose Cruise, niggled upon and deep on the course in third. And then it's Royal Suspect and Starship Tango fourth and fifth as the top 2 are well clear as they reach the top of the stretch. Prince of Truth has the advantage on Solo's Fury, and Prince of Truth has the lead by a length and a half over Solo's Fury in second. The battle for third, Starship Tango, Royal Suspect, and Don't Lose Cruise, but in deep stretch, it's Prince of Truth in front. Solo's Fury second, Royal Suspect third, fourth, Starship Tango. 5436. Number 5, Prince of Truth, first. 6 furlongs, 111.42. To the winner's circle, number 5, Prince of Truth, New York bred, 6-year-old bay gelding by Into Mischief out of La Verdad. Peter Pop Racing owns. Dana Saul trains. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Lady Sheila Stable and Edition Farm bred Prince of Truth. $4.04, the winning mutual. Double, $62.34. Exacta, $12.92. Trifecta, $24.12. 10-cent super, $22.44. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 2:26 p.m. Third race claim, number 5, Prince of Truth, Ralph D'Alessandro, owner trainer. The 5, Prince of Truth, claimed out of race 3.
A good looking performance by that one. That one stayed straight and ended up getting the victory. Got 9 minutes to post for the fourth race here. Another good race. We got a couple high quality races here early in the day. That 11 and 9 was kind of salty. This is a good allowance race. Non-winners other than or never won 4 races, going 6 furlongs. And looking at Squire Creek here, the 3-horse, looks like the 2 Prince of Dance is going to be the favorite after 2 wins in a row. But Squire Creek's got better company kept. Here's a horse that just ran second all the way around the track to Blamiker. Blamiker went 57 and change for 5 furlongs. And this horse didn't back up at all. So it was a big effort. The race before was the next out winner. The horse that beat him that day is no slouch at 5 furlongs. Gets an extra furlong today. He is okay at this distance. He's the speed, and they're going to have to catch him. He's a big price right now at 9-2 with all the money on Prince of Dance. A little tougher spot for Prince of Dance. I mean, normally you go from the 3 lifetime to the 1 state bred. It gets a little bit easier. But he's razor sharp right now since moving to Finger Lakes. Goes a little further. He beat Not For Hire his first race over the track. Not For Hire just won yesterday after running second to another next out winner. And then came back and beat King Phoenix. That was a good field in the 3 lifetime. A little tougher today, but he's couldn't be any sharper looking for 3 in a row, and he's getting the backing of the public right now that he can do so. All right, looking at the off-track breeding and some of the off-track stats on some of these, I think the horse that probably steps up the most is the 4, Jansen, and he's a big price in here at 13-1. Yeah, he just kind of beat the rest of them. It turned out to be a 2-horse race with Blamiker and Squire Creek, but it wasn't like he ran that bad. And here's a horse that's usually an underneath type horse. He's got 3 wins and 10 seconds. Even when you look at the off-track record, he's got 5 starts, 1 win, but 4 seconds. He's never been worse than second when there's moisture in the track. That's reason to like the horse. And the fact that he's a big price in here off of a decent effort, it makes you like him even more if you're going to get some value. Alfgar's off the bench. He's another one that gets second a lot. He's tried turf races. He wants more distance than this. But he's another one that his off-track record is deceiving. His best race in his career was over an off-track. He's more of a late runner. The thing is, there isn't a lot of speed in here. You would assume Squire Creek is the speed, and then you got 2:30 a.m. and Kegs on the outside trying to chase after that one and keep him honest. Then maybe Alfgar can get something to run at. But it really doesn't seem to me to be a lot of pace in this race other than nobody's got the speed of Squire Creek anyway. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. You got 7 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Stars and Stones with Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Prince of Dance, Andre Worry. Number 3, Squire Creek, Cabercoa. Number 4 is Jansen, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Ielfgar and Joel Cruz. Number 6, 2:30 a.m., Oscar Gomez. And number 7, Kegs with Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 4. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Jansen going up, 2:30 a.m. and Kegs to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off, hop in the air at the start for Jansen. It's Squire Creek who's dashing out for the lead. 2:30 a.m. accompanies that one on the outside. Kegs Extreme outside in third. 2 lengths to Prince of Dance in fourth. A length to Stars in Stones, who's in mid-flight in fifth. 2 more lengths to Jansen second last. 8 off the lead, and 2 more to Elfgar, who is in the seventh and trailing position. Less than a half mile to go. Squire Creek has the lead over 2:30 a.m. and then 2 more lengths to Kegs to the outside of Prince of Dance. They're third and fourth. 2.5 lengths to Jansen, fifth position, about 6 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Stars and Stones, who drops back to second last. Ielfgar outside of him. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Squire Creek on top by 2. Prince of Dance and Kegs, the Dangers outside second and third. Jansen, white blinkers in fourth as they turn into the stretch. Squire Creek cuts the corner, has the lead by a length over Kegs. Blue blinkers second, Prince of Dance in third. Jansen down the center of the course in fourth. 16th to go. Squire Creek digs in along the inside. Kegs to the outside second, but it's Squire Creek. Squire Creek victorious over Kegs. Prince of Dance third, Jansen fourth. 3-7 and a photo for third. Number 3, Squire Creek first. 6 furlongs, 111.43. Three, 7, 2, 4. In race 4. Race 4 official, 470 the winning mutual. Squire Creek, Kentucky bred, 6-year-old bay gelding by Uncle Mo out of Covenant. David Carter, the owner. Amy Albright, the trainer. And Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Windstar Farm, bred Squire Creek. Pick 3, $45.61. Double, $11.34. Exacta, $17.32. Trifecta, $9.49. Dime Super, $6.35. To the back half of the Wednesday program here at Finger Lakes. Race number 5, scratch number 10, Kali's Dream. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfacta, Daily Double, Lead Pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 at about 22 minutes at 2:57 p.m.
Okay, horse in the paddock for race number 5, and just hoping the skies will clear now as it's still overcast, but the rain has held off so far. And no doubt about that. Squire Creek, too speedy, too good for that field. Was able to go gate to wire Cabercoa for Amy Albright. They did find him late. As I was wondering what his odds were kind of high till he went off the favor late, but he was that good. Easier spot today and was able to score the victory. All right, fifth race, a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of a race since the date, going 6 furlongs, very wide open event to start off the late pick 4. And there was a big scratch in here of the 10, Callie's Dream, because that one figured to be the speed of the race. Now there's absolutely no pace in race number 5, making it a tricky race. Look at some of the contenders in here. You got the 6 looking super. This was coming down the stretch, was actually bothered I think it was Callie's Dream that bothered the horse late, and he was trying to come up the inside, got race road, and then called it a day, lost all momentum. Probably should have tipped out, would have gone by, but this horse has got a couple in the money finishes, has had some bad racing luck. See if he gets a little better racing luck today. Should be close up throughout now that there is just absolutely no pace in this race. One of the possible horses that'll be closer will be the 4, Revivalism. He's going to add blinkers. But he'll add, I'm not, he did have blinkers early in his career. He broke his maiden with blinkers, but then he took them off and improved a lot for the next 2 wins. But they'll try a change of equipment for this horse. Maybe they didn't like what they saw last time. Although it turned out to be a good race because Nutsy just came back to win today's first race. But this was very well, with the breeding, this one's well bred for moisture in the track, and he's going to get it today. So real tricky read is Revivalism. One thing to say, he's making a second start off the layoff. I would expect him to improve. He just didn't run at all in that 2026 debut. America's Justice is the 9 horse. I thought this horse might be overlooked in here. He's 20-1 morning line. And it's not like he runs that bad. Last time actually he ran 6 furlongs was against these horses back in November, and he ran a solid 3rd. He wants more distance. He's an American Pharaoh. He's like one of those horses, if he gets the lead in a route, you're not going to beat him. Well, he hasn't been able to get the lead in routes, and he doesn't always go routes. Here he is in a sprint, but he's got a nice work to return. He didn't run much last year. He didn't run at all in 2024. So not a lot of activity for America's Justice, and now returns and could be very dangerous with his speed and his breeding because, he might have enough sprint speed to be out on the front line anyway, even though this is only 6 furlongs. Dangerous horse at 20-1 morning line. Tommy the Torch is another one to consider because of the off track. This horse has done pretty well on off tracks in the past. Actually ran 3rd in the slop last time. Just not a lot of pace in there and didn't show any speed. Got beaten by a former horse of the year, Fiery Heart. There's no shame there. Hasn't run a bad race the last couple. He's more of an underneath horse, but does step up a little bit with moisture in the racetrack, and that's what we got today. Those are some of the contenders for the 5th race. Pretty wide open. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Ring Good, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Mayhem in the Palace, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Erie Man, Cabercoa. Number 4, Revivalism, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Buck Wild, Laird Bailey. Number 6, Looking Super, Michael Davila Jr. Number 7 is Tommy the Torch and Chris Russell. Number 8, Mr. Einstein, Jackie Davis. And number 9, America's Justice and Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. 2-1, number 6, Looking Super. 7-2, number 2, Mayhem in the Palace. Mr. Einstein going up. Buck Wild, Looking Super. Tommy the Torch and America's Justice. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Sluggish start for Buck Wild. America's Justice going out for the lead. Revivalism up close in second. Erie Man towards the inside in third. Followed up by Mr. Einstein in fourth. Looking Super in between horses, now up into the top 4. Sixth place, Tommy the Torch. And then a half length back to Mayhem in the Palace. Is 2 lengths in front of Ring Good, who's in second last. And 2.5 lengths to Buck Wild, who's at the tail of the field. On to the turn. America's Justice and Revivalism. These two feud for the lead. Looking Super within striking range in third, 3 off the lead. Erie Man's towards the inside in fourth. Then in fifth, Mayhem in the Palace. Mr. Einstein under some pressure. Buck Wild will have to circle up wide, 7.5 lengths off the lead. The back 2 markers, Ring Good and Tommy the Torch, as they arrive at the top of the stretch. America's Justice and Revivalism joined by Looking Super on the outside. A few more lengths back to Mayhem in the Palace, and the red blinkers in fourth. 1 furlong to go, and it's Looking Super. Looking Super gets to the front end. America's Justice is in second. Then it's Mayhem in the Palace towards the inside and Revivalism outside. But it's Looking Super. Looking Super, your winner. Mayhem in the Palace second. America's Justice third. Revivalism fourth. Six two nine four. 6294, it's official. 630, the Winnie Mutual. Super $11.31. Pick 3 $9.91. Pick 5 $1,088.38. Double 12.80. Exacta 16.50. 50-cent trifecta $21.53. Official winner number 6, Lookin' Super. 8th career win for this Florida bred. 6-year-old bay gelding by Bucaro out of Super Trooper. Tim Murphy, owner trainer, and Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Pamela Adele, bred, Looking Super. Race 6, Finger Lakes, the 7 in Molo, has been gelded since his last start. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time in 21 minutes at 3:29 p.m.
All right, race number 6 is upcoming in about 10 minutes, and that was looking super. Actually, was a pretty decent price, probably because of the size of the field and the two horse getting a little over bet. And looking super was just had that trouble last time. No trouble today as Michael DeVilla gets the win for Tim Murphy. All right, 5,000 maiden claimer is the 6th. A lot of question marks with that one. We'll start the last pick 3 of the day. See the early money on the 6th, Twisted Banker. Well, why not? This trainer hasn't failed in the horses that he's sent here. He's perfect 3 for 3 as he won another one yesterday. The dam was 1 for 1 on an off track. This is a central banker, and the big thing is he's taken a big drop in class. Even though those are restricted races for 2s and 3s, he's dropping all the way to the bottom here at Finger Lakes. Logical horse, and he's going to get bet. He's 6 to 5. The 3 horse is Midnight Masoom, who looked like the winner last time. Just tried to make the one last run, and it was too late. Probably would have won if it came a little bit earlier, because they went 47 to the half. Maybe a little bit easier version of the 5,000 maidens, but this horse has been getting closer each time he goes different distances, and it seems like 5.5 might not be that bad. I think 6 furlongs would be a little bit better for Midnight Masoom, but he's a one-run horse, and he's a big top 3 threat. He's getting some play at 6 to 1. The first-time starter has gotten a lot of action. Actually opened up the favorite now, going up to 7 to 2. Guess that's a positive sign, especially for a 5,000 maiden. Sometimes the better they look breeding-wise and on paper, that's not a good thing when you're running for 5. Because if my theory always was that if you got good breeding, you got a good maiden, you'd try him in a special weight before dropping him to 5 because of the difference in purse. But maybe in the right spot. His works aren't great. This is the first foal of the Dam, who was a stakes winner. This is a McLean's Music. I think that this horse would do pretty well against 5,000 maidens if he can run a little bit. Well, that's why he's getting play. He's currently at 7-2, but again, it's 5,000. It's not a maiden special weight, so that puts a little bit of a red flag on why he's in this spot in his first start. The 5 is Runaway Roscoe. Runaway Roscoe, yeah, this had just a mishap at the beginning of that race. Came out and took a left turn and then jumped over the rail, trying to deal with the gap that was there. Well, he shortens up to 5.5, and he's not on the rail, so we don't expect that to happen again. In his previous start, he finished a good second, going 5 furlongs. But maybe he's got a future as a jump horse, but at least this race needs to keep a straight path and his feet on the ground. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 3 starts in the 6th. You got about 7 minutes to post.
On the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Maturation and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Let's Find Gold, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Midnight Musume and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, 10-Run Rule and Jackie Davis. Number 5, Runaway Roscoe and Andre Worry. Number 6, Twisted Banker, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 7 is Enmolo and Emmanuel De Diego. Post time at a few. Track is now fast here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7, maiden claimers to go 5.5 furlongs. 4 to 5, number 6, Twisted Banker. 7 to 2, number 3, Midnight Musume. And 5 to 1 on a first time starter, Let's Find Gold, the 2, as well as the 5, Runaway Roscoe. Loading up, race 6. 10-run rule goes up. Runaway Roscoe, Twisted Banker, and Amolo. Favorites in line, and Molo to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Midnight Musume and Amolo. These two jet out for the lead. And Let's Find Gold, the first-time starter, surges to the front end. And Molo's outside second, then in third. That is Midnight Musume, 3 lengths off the lead. A half length to Runaway Roscoe, who is to the inside of Twisted Banker. The back 2 markers. Maturation is to the inside of 10-run rule at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. Let's Find Gold, first quarter, 22 3/5. Let's Find Gold with 3 furlongs to go has the lead by a length. And Molo's on the outside in second, then about 5 lengths back to Midnight Musume towards the inside in third. And then in fourth, that is Twisted Banker, who's stuck very wide on the course. Runaway Roscoe's outside of him as they turn into the stretch. Let's Find Gold is homeward bound, comes off the turn, leading by 3 open lengths over Molo in second. It's Runaway Roscoe on the stand side in third, 5 lengths off the lead and closing in. 16th to go. Let's Find Gold shifting ground, and Molo, Runaway Roscoe on the outside. Here comes the winning line. Let's Find Gold will find the winner's circle. Runaway Roscoe second, then it was Molo and Midnight Musume. 2573. Let's find gold first. 5.5 furlongs, 107.45. Back to the winner's circle, number 2. Let's find gold. New York bred 3-year-old dark brown gelding by McLean's Music out of Don't Call Me Mary. Owned by the Elkstone Group, Michael Dubb and Gary Markle. Paul Barrows, the trainer, and Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. The Elkstone Group bred. Let's find gold. $7.66, the winning mutual. Double $29.12. Dime super $30.82. Exacted $50.04. Try $57.77. 4 pick 4, $52.96. Race 7 from Finger Lakes put Raylu Gutierrez on number 8 Coin Jar. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time, race 7 in 21 minutes at 4 p.m. sharp. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 6 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 1, Scotiatori. 5 to 2 on number 5, King's Leap. Loading up for race 7. Wild Banker going up. King's Leap. Can you hear me running? Coin Jar to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Not a great start for King's Leap, who had a bit of a stumble at the break. It's Coin Jar trying to cross and clear. Scotiatori is up the inside second. Hey, hey, Harry tracks in third. Now up into a joint second. Pompous Prince in fourth to the inside. Can you hear me running? Then 2.5 lengths back to King's Leap, who's on the move, passing Crypto Causeway, and a length back to Wild Banker at the tail of the field, and about 7.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Coin Jar is on top. King's Leap continues a sustained rally on the outside of Can You Hear Me Running? Their first, second, and third. It's Scotiatori towards the inside fourth. Hey, hey, Harry fifth. Pompous Prince shuffled sixth. 6.5 off the lead. 2 lengths to Wild Banker, who's a length in front of Crypto Causeway, who trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Can You Hear Me Running? And King's Leap are first and second. Coin Jar drops back. It's Scotiatori in the 2-path. Green blinkers towards the rail, and 2.5 lengths off the lead of Can You Hear Me Running? And then it's Hey Hey Harry outside in fourth. Fifth place Pompous Prince. 16th to go. Can You Hear Me Running? Scotiatori, King's Leap, Hey Hey Harry. But as they come down to the winning line, Can You Hear Me Running in front? Scotiatori in a photo there with Hey Hey Harry. Close for fourth. King's Leap or Pompous Prince. Six one and a photo for third. Number 6, Can You Hear Me Running first. Six one three five in race 7 from Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 111.87. Back to the winner's circle. Number 6, Can You Hear Me Running? Ontario bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Joaquina. Peter Pop Racing owns, Dana Saul trains, Jose Baez the winning jockey. Trinity West Stable Limited bred, Can You Hear Me Running? It's 2 wins in the card for Peter Pop Racing, Dana Saul, and Jose Baez. It's official. $11.24 the Woody Mutual, double 65.30. Exacta $34.24, 50-cent try, $55.46, super $38.71. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 23 minutes at 4:33 p.m.
All right, coming up on the last race on today's card, also the last race of the racing week. Just a reminder, we are running Monday through Wednesday next week. Next live racing day, of course, Monday with a 12:55 first post. Another one for Dana Saul, Jose Baez. Dana doing pretty good to start off the season. That one had a little bit left, and it was able to overrun Coin Jar, and keep going. Was just informed that it was Mike and the Mechanics who sung that song, not Genesis. Same difference. All right, last race. 11-9 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Start off with a 3 Observer. Observer ran for this tag and protected in the waiver last time. We'll get the waiver claim again today. It did run that badly. He ran third. Celtic Ledger, a horse from New York, got away from him, and she had to settle for second. Second start off the layoff. Logical horse to at least hit the board. But one of these days she's going to break through. She has had 10 starts, 7 times in the money. So you have to think at least a top 3 threat in this last race. The 2 is Funny Forecast. Got to forgive the last race off the layoff. Probably needed it. Kind of a big chase and fade as Classy West just blew that field away. The margin of defeat not as bad as it looks because the winner won by over 11 lengths. The horse that was second came back to win out of that race. That was back in May. Gets another little mini break here, and also can come back for the waiver claim as well. And I would expect this horse to run a lot better today than he did last night. Very well-bred horse by Practical Joke. The 7 is Peruvian Princess. Peruvian Princess had 2 starts as a 2-year-old. Her best race was her debut, and she didn't run badly at all. Didn't get much for play that day, but it was a decent special weight field that she only lost by 5 lengths and change. The next race just didn't run at all, and you got to forgive those efforts. Of course, that's his 2-year-old season. You know, it starts today as a 3-year-old season. See how she does. A lot of times horses are completely different when they're 3 compared to when they're 2, and I'd expect this horse to improve, especially with the good breeding that she has. I use her for the other horse that's going to get some early play here. Is actually the favorite on the board. Is the 7 North Starlight. 2 career starts, but they were in New York. Showed absolutely nothing. First race was on the turf. Second race, it didn't beat a horse. So, you know, she hasn't beaten a horse in 2 starts. So there's really nothing to play her off of, with the exception that she is dropping in class, and the class drop should certainly help. And I'm not sure if she's getting over bet or not, but she's even money. And again, she hasn't beaten a horse, but she does face easier. Exacta Tri Super offered in the last race. Going to get about 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
Coming on the track, 8th race at Finger Lakes. Late overweight for number 1, Tavern Talk, the rider 2 over. There is Tavern Talk with Laird Bailey. Number 2 is Funny Forecast and Andre Worry. Number 3 is Observer and Caber Koa. Number 4, Only Ladas, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Photo ID, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Peruvian Princess, Jeremiah Flores. And number 7 is North Starlight, Ray Lou Gutierrez calling the shots. Post time for the 8th and final in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate. Race 8, 8th and final from Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Funny forecast goes into line. Observer, only Ladas. Peruvian Princess. North Starlight to the outside. They're on the gate, and they're off. Great start for Photo ID, who flies out for the front end. It's Funny Forecast is getting out a little bit and had the check. It's Peruvian Princess outside second, only Ladas in third. Observer fourth to the inside, a North Starlight fifth. 2 more lengths back to Tavern Talk, who's a neck in front of Funny Forecast at the back. Only about 6.5 from top to bottom, half mile to go. Photo ID. After that good break has a lead by a head. Peruvian Princess outside second. Observer, purple and white silks in third. To the inside of only Ladas in fourth. 2.5 lengths back to North Starlight to the outside of Tavern Talk as Funny Forecast now gets going from the back. Goes 3 wide on the turn, but has passed the back 2 markers. About a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Photo ID under a hand ride. Peruvian Princess is under a drive. It's only Ladas and the Yellow Silks on the outside. Funny Forecast stand side. Observers trying to probe throughout the fence, all trying to catch up with Photo ID. Photo ID, Observer in some tight quarters, but fires right on through. 16th to go. It's Observer who has headed Photo ID for the top spot. Observer, give Koa 2 on the card. Photo ID second, Funny Forecast third, Peruvian Princess fourth. 3526. Observer. You're an official winner. 11th career start, a winning one for this New York bred. 4-year-old Duck Run filly by Looking at Lucky out of Backside Posse. TSP Enterprises owns. John Grabowski trains. Keeper Koa the riding double today. Sugar Maple Farm bred. Observer. Price is $4.02, the winning mutual on Observer. Double $29.62. Exacta also $29.62. Trifecta $17.16. Super $7.98. Pick 3 $36.05. Pick 4 $122.61. Pick 5 5 of 5 $303.90. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday, first post, 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.